see the pair that got hauled into time?
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
There's talk of these skies driving.
Reading them skies then.
You'll know when it's what.
Otto, how fares the realm?
The realm? Oh, she's just fine. As long as you look past the fat storms out mother crystals and her skies are a roiling cesspit.
And Gav?
He's with your uncle in the Free Cities, helping Mid with her project. Sent an owl their way the moment the winds turned foul. Still waiting on a reply, though.
Do you have any good news?
Well, that depends on your definition of good.
All right, fine. What do you suggest we do?
Oh, no, I'm just a messenger. I'll leave the scheming to those more suited to the task. Could be that Lady Vivian and Old Tomes have their own thoughts on the current state of things. Could be that they don't. It certainly can't hurt to ask.
I suppose not.
Okay. This music is sick. S rank. White sand. Can I get out? No, I can't.
How is it that every one of your little excursions presages some inexplicable catastrophe? Not that you are to blame for the Dominion's fate. No one could have predicted the actions of the Crown Prince.
I'm sorry I couldn't save your home.
My countrymen are stronger than you think. A few toppled clock towers won't break their spirits. They'll be back on their feet in no time.
I hope so.
Look at us. Bluer than a pair of bog crabs. Tempting though it may be, sulking will not help us find a solution to this mess.
You believe there's one to be found?
I don't know. But I am certain we're more likely to find it if we first examine the facts.
Oh no.
Beneath these darkened skies, fear and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen mother crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces, now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning Akashic in droves. And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire. Dalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off Storm. The world, in short, is in chaos. It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand, to be washed away at the whim of the waves.
A castle of sand.
Not my best flourish, but it seemed fitting. The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their appraisal. Without the protection of their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
Defending a farmhouse against a band of chocobo thieves is one thing, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade, there would be none to stop him.
None but us.
Is a storm coming soon?
Let me guess. You're here about the skies.
Is there anything you don't know, Lawsman?
It doesn't take a court astrologer to augur the obvious. As for what has disturbed the heavens, that, I believe, is a question the Fallen might be better placed to answer than I. And on the 6th day, did the gods tear the sun from the firmament, visiting darkness upon their prideful sons and daughters. But I dare say you remember your childhood lessons on the sins of Zemeckis only too well.
You think they're connected? That Ultima was one of the gods responsible?
Well, he has certainly exhibited powers that we mortals would associate with the divine.
There is nothing divine about him.
But he wouldn't be the first god of whom that could be said, now would he? Yet for all the fairy tales that tell of the sins, there is almost nothing in the way of actual historical accounts. Had I the Journal of Moss the Chronicler, I may have been able to tell you more, but alas, I fear all remaining copies have been lost to time. You will forgive me, I hope?
Certainly not. Because there is nothing to forgive. Even without this journal, you've provided us ample wisdom. And we will always be grateful for it.
Okay.
Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
Clive, we have a problem.
Only one. That would be a first.
It would. Actually, there are three. We had as many owls arrive while you were at the shelves. Martha's got a cashik out her gates and talk of monsters roaming the hills outside of Northreach has
What
put
the
the wind
fuck?
up Isabel and her lot.
And don't forget Dalimil. Lubor says the village was raided by bandits.
When it rains...
It fucking pours. The curse breakers are spread thin, taking stock of the damage in the Dominion. And even if I could get word to all of them, I doubt they'd get here in time to make any real difference. Which means there's only two people who can.
Jill and I.
Let them know we're on our way.
Jeez. Just the world's collapsing. Or it feels like it at least. Yo, future, what's up? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. What's up, bro? What's up? Hope you're doing good. Vamare. Oops. Vamare. Dalmekia. Where's Dalmekia? Where's Dalmare? Oh, don't tell me it's in one of those places where I haven't been yet. Vamare. There's no Vamare. Where is oh, he is also. Oh, that's also mit. No, that's something different again. Ah, Vamare. Vamare. Long day. What? I'm doing good, Bo. Chimon, dude. I need Vamare for the hunting mission. Oh, this game is crazy now. As a journey.
Let's go.
Actually, is a journey and a half.
Run like the wind.
One like the wind. Ambrosia. Different music. Like legit, the world is collapsing right now. Everything is purple now. Weird filter. I should put this song on Tekken 7. Knock the stage. The world don't look too now. Oh, flashbang. Yeah. So how much am I missing from this game? Am I soon done? Or is it still like, I mean, I'm not in a rush, but you know. You know, just wondering.
This might take a while.
I think you're nearly there. What happened on the last story mission? What do you mean? What happened on, the last story mission was the Bahamut fight.
Back to the stables, girl.
Hi.
Another God's forsaken soul, eh?
Ooh.
Only those who have nothing.
Heal. Okay, it's just a laser. Okay. Ah, okay. Yeah. Should be able to... Oh, what the fuck? I am stunned. What the fuck? Okay, wait, it's almost done. Bruh. Shit, I already wasted a bar. Oh, okay. That was a waste. What the fuck? Yo, Simon. Damn, it's juicy. Hello. How does this work? Oh, you have to charge. Ah, yeah. So you have to like dodge, right? Okay. That's cool. Wow, how long? So you can go gamble if you can get more than 2. That's so cool. I love this. Like, ja, genau. This is sick. That's actually really fun. Crazy.
A deserter turned outlaw. Even more similar than he knew.
Alles nicht schlimm. And it was this here, right? Yeah, I already leveled that to the max. Level 3, level 4, level 5. From a mega flare dodge. And level 4 is the highest one. Striking an enemy multiple times with a single mega flare. Yeah, these ones I don't know. They are worth it. I feel like these are the 2 best ones. I'd like to upgrade this one. Ah, du meinst, Ah, okay. Das und das. Mhm. Yeah, maybe I should change the class, but I'm just too used to this now. I mean, I could just do it like this. Oh, you can even do it twice. Damn. Okay. I mean, it's the same cooldown, but yeah, I'm guessing. Thinking of removing like something like maybe ignition. I feel like ignition is still worth it. I don't know. It's hard to decide. There's no shops, right? Shop, okay. Need some items. And then I'll check out the next one. Ich glaube, die geht's gut, Maus. Gee, yeah, this place looks destroyed. Jeez.
If I had my pickaxe, I would.
I can't tell you how many I destroyed. I didn't count. But no.
Are you looking for something in particular?
Wait, you can't buy. Oh, you can. Yeah. You can have more now.
An excellent choice. My thanks.
Yo, Isato. Ja, das Spiel ist geil. This is 60 FPS would be insane. Quiet Sands. to go towards there, yeah. Quiet stance. Hier. Drake Guard. Drakengard? Drakengard? Kenne ich nicht. Kenne ich leider gar nicht.
This is no time to ride.
The countdown's the whole time, huh? I cancel this jumping. Okay. Interesting. Ah, echt? Mehr Games. Okay. Wann, für welche Konsole kamen die denn? PS1, okay, tschüss. Diesmal Enemies? Hunter. Ja, wer? So let's do the Holy Mother.
Darken our shores again, but not for long.
Wow. That's how you do it. Let me try the highest level. You can't attack doing that, okay. This is max. Okay. Okay, achievement. Dann noch vor. Okay, tschüss. Let's see. Boah, damage. This game is so sick. Du Wichser! Holy shit, this game is going crazy now. Oh my god. So much shit is happening at the same time. Sheesh!
No more vengeance. No more war.
Cool. Sehr cool. Es wird krank. Es ist so krank. Okay. So we have one more that I have to Google because it says question mark. I have no idea. Ruins reawakened. No idea. Ja, das ist echt geil. So geil.
Anything catch your eye?
Purchase. Basically only using these ones. Okay, let me Google. Because I'm not gonna look where that is. So this one will be tough. Or at least I think, because it's S rank mission. Let me save. Okay. Where the hell is that? It's not back. Oops. Now I've pressed every button on my pad. Nice. Somewhere here. Southern corner of Morn Boom. Wherever Morn Boom is. Is it here? I think this. Let me see the map. Yeah, I think this is the one. Yeah. Just follow the road. The road. The music changed as well. The music changed everywhere.
Let's go. Faster.
It's the same track, but it's like a bit more tragic. Yeah. No idea what awaits me. What is that?
You deserve a rest.
Ring of the Marksman. Okay. Oh my god, dragon. Okay.
This beast isn't to be trifled with.
50. What?
Nice try.
Oh my god. Okay, not terrible. What?
Nice try. There's a good boy.
Is the hardest bounty? What? Oh my god, I can't see anything.
Nice try.
I'm sure I can parry that hit. Next time I'll try to parry it. My god. Red Dawn. Yeah. I had a feeling. Okay. They didn't do too much damage though, I can't lie. No! Ah, come on! I was not even close. This will be a tough fight. What? Oh, AoE. Oh, yeah. Very tough. Nice, amazing. He does just not care. He doesn't care. Come on, flatten me. Okay, these ones you can parry and... Oh, you can't. That doesn't work against him. Okay. What? Oh, this is bad. What the fuck? Yeah, this is GG. Yikes! I have no items. Could use an elixir, but it's whatever. It killed me? Cause I was not even close to that one. Hat zu viel Range.
Good girl.
Ach so. Tough. Yeah, I mean this one was kinda testing waters anyways. Ja, ich weiß, ich hab's verstanden. Okay. I think... Let me check my abilities. Aber, ne, das bringt nichts. Ah, du meinst ein Safe Game laden. Ja, stimmt, das geht. He's just chilling there now, yeah? Let me think. I need this. I don't really need this. I need this. I also need this. I need this. I need this. Maybe I don't need this. But to be honest, I don't have anything else. So whatever. I think ability wise it's good. It's just dodging. Dodging that has to be better. I wanted to check my... Here, check your items. Ah, here. Okay, is Raging Fists. Wait, is Raging... No. I don't know the names of my abilities. That's like... Oh, Raging Fists is this. Maybe this is actually not too bad. I will use that quite a bit. Let me do that. I haven't used any of these since like the beginning of the game. I haven't changed these. I don't have anything for this new ability, right? The Giga Flare. That would be cool. Okay. Aerial blast. This is good. Lightning wand's also pretty good. Let me do the item thing. Since then I don't need to use as many items. Don't know, we'll see. Ah, damn, you even vote. Yeah, auto dodge. You even voted and didn't even realize. Or I didn't really pay attention. I want to dodge this first. But I'm legit. Okay, they did hit him. Oh no. But I could try to risk it. Not if he does this. Oh yeah, that was close. It's not valid by this one. Here. Back.
Let's try.
Oh, I was on the wrong thing. Misinput. Yes. I don't know if that does more damage if I'm in that state. Oh, okay. Good. Ah, too far. That was my bad. Yes. Bam. If you stand correct, you can actually do the parry, but didn't want to risk it. Okay, okay, okay. I get you, I get you. Just a little bit scared with going in into him. Ooh. That should be enough for us. Can't even talk, man. I just have to concentrate all the time. Actually crazy. No. Okay, what now again? Oh, okay, this one. Yes. Okay. Halfway, a little bit more than half. I wasted it. Dashing attack is the best one he can do. Where are we? Okay. Ah. And find a good position to stand. Okay. Really good. Okay, almost stunned. No. Unbelievable. Is it all together now? Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Almost. Looks really good though. Ah, I can't catch it. Whatever. Jo, danke dir für den Raid, Frozen. Nice. Sick. Sick fight. Boah. Danke dir für den Raid. Oh mein Gott. Oh. Nice, 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 nice. Probably nothing special. And everyone's doing it, but still, you have to be so patient. And don't get greedy. Oh. Nice. Let me quickly check if that was all. I had a Dark Souls experience a little bit, yeah. Yo, Bowski. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm just doing the hunt. I think that's it. I don't know if there are more later on. Or if that was the last one in the game. I guess maybe it would make sense if I have four more. There's way more? Really? What do you mean way more? I also don't have any sub-stories, right? Like 30 plus?
List, do you? Here you go. Seen enough?
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. You earned this.
Thank you.
Here you are. All yours.
Ability points? What? Cool.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Just get ability point like that? Can I upgrade my... Nice. It's time. Give me the next... Don't know what I did. Increase the number of hits inflicted by the beam. Okay. Sure, why not? I find this game really cool. Really, really cool game. You said 30. 16. Okay. Yeah, I'll just continue the story then. Oh, we said, oh no. Oh yeah, I wanted to check out if there's a new sword or anything. Just quickly before I continue. Been streaming for an hour and I haven't done anything story related really. Yo, Drago, what's up? Man, that fight was kind of exhausting. In a way that you just can't talk. You have to concentrate. Get the parries done and shit.
Clive. Going purse weighing you down.
Oops.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. Finished, are you?
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
Right, but I didn't even buy... I could have bought a better weapon as well. That's the funniest thing. But it's not like way much better, I think. Right? Yeah, like 2 hits. Too much. 2 points.
No scratches, right?
Oh. Okay. Can't upgrade anything. Okay.
That it? Fine.
Mip. I'm doing good though, thank you, Trevor. Hope you're doing good too. Slow and steady finishing this game. Sooner or later.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him to a healer.
Martha, it's good to see you.
The rest of the bounties are a lot easier than the dragon. Oh really? Was this really the hardest one, the dragon?
What exactly happened here?
Those skies are what happened. Not long after they fell dark, we had our first visit. There were hundreds of them.
I wonder how our people did this fight. I really want to see that.
Only a handful made it up here, but that was more than enough. The rest are still down there now. And while we have a few willing fighters holding them back, they're sorely outnumbered.
What do you think, Clive?
That we join the fight.
I thought you'd never offer. Now, where I need you is the Fallen Gate. That's where the fighting is fiercest. Let the men know you've come to help. Something tells me they'll be pleased to see you.
Ah, nice.
We're on our way.
There's the idea. Tekken's just whatever, man.
Do you think there are as many as Martha says?
More.
Yeah, I definitely need to, or I definitely want to check out how other people did this.
You don't think they've abandoned us, do you?
I have a pretty simple kit by just doing the parries, the flame parry and the titan parry, and then the other half bar I'll use the gorge, and then once it's staggered you just do the thunder thing and the giga flare.
Clive, wounded.
We deal with the Akashic first.
Oh yeah, we can do this again. Okay, we go. Come on. Ach, Mann. Yeah.
You're finished.
My favorite move? The flame parry. Heat wave. It's pretty simple, but I just love it. Like, just love the animation of this one. And also, Raging Fists. I don't know. This one. The parry version is so sick as well. Oh, you mean the boss? But why would I fight him again?
These men don't have the look of hired swords.
If you've come to rob this place.
Her version of that is awesome? Yeah, it really is.
You are mistaken, my lord.
Ignition. What's ignition again?
We're here by Madame
Don't think I have
Arthur's
ignition.
leave.
How do you know my name?
Forgive me, my lord. There wasn't time for introductions. We're with the Guardians of the Flame.
Wade's
The
men.
rings where you need to charge the
And how
power.
did you come to be here? Where is your commander?
Ah, yeah, that one.
Wade left earlier with a
So
scouting
circle
party to
ability.
find out where the Akashic were coming from.
Did he?
Ah, that one.
Get back to the
I think I have that, yeah.
Martha will see you.
So bad with the names. That super thing, the move that Virgil does in MC5.
And to think you took them for thieves. A fine reward for holding off the horde, that is.
When did Wade and his men arrive?
Not long after Rosalith fell. The Guardians asked me to shelter some of them that had lost their homes. They were making ready to leave just as the skies turned, and we agreed it was best we stuck together.
Martha! Trouble! The scouting party's almost
You
at
can
the
fight
height.
bounties
They've got a
anytime,
proper
not really
Akashic
much.
snapping at their heels! And they've got wounded with them! They're not gonna make it!
Damn it all.
We'll
Ah, okay. So you mean it's better to do it now because it's more of a
If any
challenge?
can still fight, send
I
them to
got
the
it.
lift.
I will. You two be safe now.
Yeah, that was my goal, kinda. That was my goal. Wait, what was ignition? Is ignition the one I have? Ah, yeah, ignition is cool. Very useful. I don't know, I just love the heat wave. My man just throws out 3 or 4 Getsuga Tenshos.
Mad dogs.
Squire, I need you to get those who can still walk up the lift to Martha's. But what about... I didn't ask, Oscar. Sir.
So Wade.
Lord Rossfield. If you aren't a sight for sore eyes.
Martha seemed to think you might need some help, and by the looks of it...
We thought we could sneak by them, but we didn't know there would be so many. How could we have?
Behind you!
Oh shit, what the fuck? Turtles!
Damn it! We need to get the injured to safety.
Do you think we can hold them off?
We can certainly try. Are you with us, Sir Wade?
Always.
Then let's do our duty.
What the fuck? Oh, this guy is a stagger bar. Here also was a bounty. Oh my god. Bam. Stone turtle? Yeah, sure. Final flash. Hey? What? What happened? What? Hell no, you stay here. Why? No. No. Sick.
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think so.
And yet again, you've pulled me from the flames. It's just a pity I keep walking into them.
You've never been one to shy away from danger, Sir Wade. Like any shield worthy of the name.
I see you're all in one piece.
One piece?
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw
Where?
smoke coming from down Eastpool way. Too thick to be a hearth.
A second horde.
Feel like finishing the job.
Always.
Jill and I will make for Eastpool. You'll need to move the injured without us.
Don't you worry about them.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow. Good luck.
Oh, this is long. This is a long day. It's only 1 out of 3.
Mad dogs.
Need to go around. Hey, music.
Ready, go?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Nice.
They're headed for the rest.
You have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
There you go.
Wow, I parried with that. Cool. Not intentional. Come on. Oh, you bitch. You bitch. Whatever. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. This is so sick.
Something's coming.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
Only the first round to wait. Shall we?
Not broken. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Shoot them. Huh? Deleted.
Do you see any more?
No. I think that was the last of them.
But it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
What did you find out there?
The same as Sir Wade. Scores of Akashic.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Our lookouts say the lowlands are clear. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wounds.
How many of your men were injured?
A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned up. Thank you.
It was a hard-fought victory. But as long as the skies remain dark, I fear the Akashic's numbers are only going to rise. It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. And whether that's sooner or later, we'll need to be ready. The inn here affords a good view of the land, and is easily defendable. I'd like to make this one of our outposts.
What do you say, Martha? You'd have more men to guard the rest.
Well, when you put it like that, of course they can stay.
Okay. Guardian's Guard. Cool.
My lord, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Oscar, over here.
Who?
It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Rossfield. I am Oscar. Oscar of House Murdoch.
Murdoch? I wasn't aware the Lord Commander had children.
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did. I am Sir Rodney's nephew. Well, go on then. It's not for me to ask him. Yes, Sir Wade. If it please you, my Lord Marquis, might you take me as your squire? I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Oscar, but I'm a shield no longer. Nor was I ever the finest. And spending time in the company of an outlaw hardly seems a fitting education for one aspiring to take his oaths.
My Aunt Hannah once told me that a man is not defined by his title, but what he does in its name. You have accomplished much since taking on the mantle of Cid, winning no little honor in so doing. And I would sooner serve under an honorable outlaw than an unworthy shield. Not that Sir Wade and the other Guardians are... I mean to say that, they're... It's all right. We know what you mean. There is only so much the boy can learn from me, my lord.
But a squire...
Would that really be so bad? You were a squire once. And I'm certain Sir Rodney would approve.
Know that I'll show you as much leniency as your uncle showed me.
I would not have it any other way.
Uh-huh. Okay, that means what? Okay. Next one. Hi.
Cid. Your new companion appears much more formidable than your uncle. Should I be worried?
You haven't been introduced.
Jill, Clive has told me much about you.
All lies, I'm sure.
Your Stolas said that Dalimil has a bandit problem.
Indeed. Although, you're a little late. They left with our food and guild days ago.
Any idea where they went?
The desert's a big place. Your guess is as good as mine. But the fact is, I have more immediate concerns.
What did you say to me? What did you say?
Ah, as if by magic. Let's just say we've yet to reach a consensus about how to solve Dalimil's little problem. And at this rate, it won't be the actions of the bandits which prove to be our undoing. It will be our own. I've tried reasoning with the dissenting parties, but even the Desert Hare has limits.
Perhaps we could talk to them.
What makes you think they'll listen to us?
What makes you think they won't?
She makes a fair point, Sid. And you won't have wasted much of your precious time if you fail. They're just across the courtyard.
Yay.
Suppose we just follow the shouting.
Okay.
You wouldn't talk like that if it had been your men whose throats were slit. Blood for blood, it's the only way. We hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as a lesson to the rest.
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? Are you going to hire more? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies. If we hire mercenaries, the only thing we're buying is the bandits' ire. And you cannot fill empty bellies with that. Do you hear me?
But what happens when they come back? Maybe it'll be your throat that's slit.
That's enough. Both of you. Any more of this and I'll throw you out myself. Come back when you're ready to talk like adults.
Victor. What's he doing here?
Sid. And Lady Jill. What brings you here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos, and the markets have all but ceased to operate. The Briar's Kiss here in Dalamil is the only place I can reliably obtain supplies. I was here to do just that when Master Lubor told me of his troubles. He thought I might be able to talk some sense into these fools. But if you're here, I suppose his patience must be waning.
Who are those people?
Those were the thorns in Lubor's side. And the reason this place might be headed the same way as Costness. It's these accursed skies. The darkness is enough to drive a man to madness, or an entire city for that matter.
We're still working on the skies. But in the meantime, perhaps we can find a solution to Dalamil's problems.
I hope so. For all our sakes.
Mm-hmm.
So, you see my predicament?
What I saw was a room full of people who were angry and afraid. And with good reason by the sound of it. But if left to smolder, that anger and fear could set the entire town alight.
My thoughts exactly. What to do? Both sides wish to protect their homes and livelihoods, if only they could agree on how. But as long as they are divided, we are vulnerable.
And if there's one thing bandits like, it's an easy target.
What would Sid the Outlaw suggest?
Well, if it were my namesake, he'd let them choose for themselves and be on hand to pick up the pieces when it all went wrong.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
A recipe for disaster is precisely what it is. But perhaps that realization would be enough to make them question the ingredients. While it's plain neither Conrad
Oh, this is kind of what?
proposal,
Can't lie.
it may still be possible to make them doubt their own. Before presenting them with a third option.
And that would be?
To pool our resources and save the city ourselves. Why fight each other?
When all that fear and anger can be directed at the bandits.
It appears we have a plan of action.
Mm-hmm.
Victor, pay Conrad a visit. See if you can't convince him of his folly. I'll speak with Natalie.
As you wish.
Your faces are not well known in this town. That may prove useful. Don't worry, Victor and I will do most of the talking. You need only play along.
Play along?
What he means to say is...
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah.
she is. The Lady of the Spear herself, Conrad. May I introduce you to Jane, commander of the Red Wings, the oldest mercenary guild in the Free Cities.
A pleasure, my lady.
The pleasure is all mine.
As I told you, I summoned the commander here from Canberra to inquire about a contract.
Victor says you told him no, that there aren't any men left to hire. Is that true?
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last one worth his salt. And not just from us Red Wings. You know of the 7 high houses. There must be 2 swords assigned each one. Granted, we have a few boys left. If it's boys you're looking for.
Well, Conrad, are you saying that Dalamil's finest cannot defend this town better than a gaggle of unblooded striplings? That a band of beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of your brave men than you yourself?
Kind of boring. Can't lie.
Absolutely not. We'll show those bastards who they're dealing with.
I have a hard time giving a shit about this.
That actually worked.
Conrad's not what you call the brightest candle in the crypt. And there's a reason why I had you do the talking and not Sid. Well played, my lady.
Am I the only one? This is so boring, man. Let me fight at least. If you let me do stuff I don't care about.
If I had my pickaxe, I would... I mean, it may still be possible to buy some. Ah, here he is now. Natalie, allow me to introduce Lord Underhill of Randalar's prestigious League
I
of
want logic.
Merchants.
Lord Underhill. At your service.
Underhill.
I was just telling the good lady of our conversation, my lord, and how you were lamenting the state of the capital's stores.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough to fill them for winter.
Indeed, certainly that is the case. The nobles in the capital are buying up the city's stocks of barley and wine, driving the prices higher than most commoners can afford. It is only a matter of time before the peasants revolt.
It is worse than I thought. If what Lord Underhill says is true, I fear we have little hope of supplementing our stores, meager though they regrettably are.
Amazing.
While I applaud your endeavors to dissuade our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is not wrong in his assessment of the bandits' likely return, which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we still have. Food, weapons,
Take care, Drago.
herbs,
Take care. Sleep well.
if our humble town is to endure not only this hardship, but those that are certain to
This
follow.
makes me tired as well, instantly.
All right. If it will help to protect
Night,
my home,
sleep tight.
do it. But you needn't have gone through this charade.
Thank you, Clive. Your performance was nothing if not workmanlike.
She saw right through it.
I didn't say it was good, merely that it produced the desired effect. Now, my scouts should be returning shortly. Meet me back at the Briar's Kiss, and we shall see what we face.
Not
Amazing.
convinced our roles in this ruse were entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
Mummy, I'm scared.
Oh, I'm ruined.
Good news, Sid. Both
Yes.
Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully accepted their new roles. With time, they may even learn to.
Time no longer appears to be the luxury it was before lunch.
I take it your scouts found the bandits.
Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. It appears they march for Dalamil as we speak. All of them.
You're not serious.
They don't just want food, they want the whole damn town.
I have a favor to ask. I'm told the bandits march in 2 groups, one from the south and one from the desert, in a move doubtless intended to stretch our already gossamer thin defenses.
Very well. Jill and I will meet those from the desert. But what of the rest?
The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. Together, the stakes I concede are high. But if this does not unite Dalimil, nothing will.
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it will be for us to see that their hands are kept occupied. And I do mean us.
I thought you might say that.
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
And we will do the same.
Okay, cool. Show me where.
The women folk have come to welcome us.
I'll take that one.
He's all yours.
Come on.
Nice try.
Hey. Oh my game. And bam. Gotta be careful. What? Oh, this guy.
Too slow. Nice try.
Bad damage. Rift? It is Rift. It went over me.
The townspeople. Could they have held out?
I don't hear any fighting. What do you think?
That we should hurry.
You enjoy the story? Bro, this right now is like a filler arc actually, like in an anime. It's just filler. The
Natalie.
Boat from Bleach? What?
I owe you an apology. You did well out there. The inn would have been lost had you not held the line.
Without you, there would have been no line to hold. You saved us, Conrad. You saved
Yeah.
us.
We all saved Dalimil.
It's basically that, I guess. Can kind of say that.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both have.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert won't be joining us either. Pity.
The plan worked, Sid. Granted, it only took an army of bloodthirsty bandits at our gate.
Calm now, Victor. Why quibble over the details? We are united, and that is all that matters. As for you, Sid, you fight considerably better than you act.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Watching a sad now to childhood flashback for the 100th time. The better story. No, that's a cap. No, that's a cap. That's actually a cap now. Yay! Sunbreak.
First we find Isabel.
Heard a bloke saying he saw
Last one. And then I don't know what happens.
I can't do it.
My lord. Milady.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures, I understand.
With the blue eyes. Yes.
Blue eyes?
Like a Kashik, but
White dragon?
different.
Oh.
They've taken so many. I've lost count.
Akashic, but different.
Ultimus thralls. And what of your mistress? Is she here?
Oh, no. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing about all this.
Then we'll look for her there.
Yay. Is that outside? No, it's not.
We could leave.
I think it's just purple. Looks so weird.
Two soldiers were carrying him.
Looks like a weird filter.
Madame, please! Half the garrison's been slaughtered by those things. We lost the captain this very morning.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but there's been no word from the capital or the Dominion in days. What more would you have us do?
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection. And protect them I shall. Because they are my charges, and that is my duty. In case you have forgotten, the people of this town are your charges. But more than that, they are your people. Your sisters, your brothers, your lovers. So you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered. Or take it up and do what is right.
She speaks the truth, you know. This here, it's all we have. It's all that's left.
What we have left is our lives. Do you really want us to lose them as well?
Not if we don't have to. Look, there's a cask under the captain's bunk. Let's talk about this over a drink, eh?
I'm listening.
Wow. I was not that tired. I really was not that tired. But this is just insane.
I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly. And sought to take matters into my own hands.
It was a noble effort, but I thought you might still need some support.
I'd like you to consider my needs. What we need to consider is where the creatures came from. The way the survivors speak of them, one would think they appeared out of thin air. And perhaps they did. It's hard to know what to believe these days.
Oh my god.
We'll talk to the survivors. You're a pikeman, yes? What happened?
I've got family in Moor. I heard the flood was spreading, so I went to see if they were all right. And a pack of them glowing things found me in the meadow. I ran for my life. I never did get to the village.
Leave that to us.
Yeah. 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 Especially after going from that fucking insane Bahamut fight. Like, what the hell was that Bahamut fight?
Did you see the creatures that attacked you?
Creatures? Yeah, they came out of nowhere. They went for Joseph first, then me, and then they were just gone.
Do you remember where you were?
On the road from Oriflamme. We just passed Moor when... Where's my Joseph?
It's all right. Just rest now. At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
You saw those soldiers. You saw them.
Okay.
It was all they could do to escape.
Fly, Ambrosia.
I need that Ost. I need it now. Aw.
Look.
I see them. With me. It's over.
Should I cry?
Save your strength.
But these are just some little fishes. What do you mean? Who's doing that? You? Hey. What the fuck are you? Ah, it's you again. Okay. Oh shit. And do this, then do this, then do this. And you're dead. Bam!
Do you think there are more?
There are always more. But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
Then we should let Isabel know.
Cool.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
Hearing that the Dame would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. But whatever it takes, eh? Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier to protect the people I love. And the people I love include the ones standing before me.
Handsome and chivalrous.
Now, if you don't mind, I have sentries to post. Milady.
Lest you wonder, I'm not foolish enough to believe that this has solved all of my problems. But it has solved one. And that's one fewer than I had this morning. Thank you again, Clive.
Cool, yay, finally. That took like an hour.
Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least.
So?
Put Otto's mind at rest.
Okay. Back to Mother Base. Nice, unlocked some side quests now. Amazing. I was waiting for those.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Was wondering when you turn up. Had owls from all our friends thanking you for your timely intervention. How is it you always manage to arrive at just the right moment?
Luck, I suppose. Any word on the rest of the realm?
Let's see. Storm's still crying out for mother crystals, the nations are still in chaos, and the skies are still the colour of a kick in the kidneys 2 days on. So...
Right.
Clive, we knew this was going to happen. Well, not the bleeding skies part, but you take my point. Now's not the time to second-guess yourself. Now's the time to visit the infirmary. Talia says your brother's awake.
Thank you, Otto.
Oh. Okay. Can we get some important lore things now? Important lore moments.
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, 'twas not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in my rescuer's care, I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers that have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason.
Okay.
All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
What?
His mind.
Mind, awareness, spirit.
Well, this gives me...
But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. This is why
I don't want to say anything too much.
And fail to contain him here inside me.
Reminds me of a certain anime.
Inside you.
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
But that doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua. Clive, it's Gav. There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canver.
Okay. Oh. I thought I can play.
Well, what's the short of it?
Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The city guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
And we shall. Otto, prepare a Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here.
Okay.
This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, bed is where you should be bound. You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Were Tyre not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But, thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who is to wait for me in Tabor.
This song's also in Final Fantasy VII. I don't know why.
Right.
Is this like a common Final Fantasy track that plays in multiple
If he stays
games?
close to me, he'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
I'll look after him.
Interesting. Surprised me the first time already. Oh, Sidekiss. Natürlich, klar. Na klar. South of Tabor. Wo ist denn dieses Wo muss ich denn hin? Das hier?
I can hardly lift my arms. The curses.
You just need some rest. I'll stay here with you. If you'd like, that is.
Ich sehe jetzt hier nichts.
I'm getting too old for this.
Ja. Sehe ich das irgendwo? Wahrscheinlich nicht. Dann okay. Mann, ich guck. Medicine chest.
Did you see the pair that got pulled into time?
Ach du Scheiße. Do I wanna look at this? Okay, it's only one. Mein Gott.
Rutherford. Wasn't that the name of my uncle's manservant? Why would he be at Martha's Rest?
Only one. Only one. I'm not reading this. Nee, das... Aber, Alter, warum fehlt mir denn so viel? Hä? Mir fehlt ja alles noch. Wieso lasst du? Wo regt man die Sachen? Hä? I don't understand. Oh, why there's so many sub-stories? Die Sidequest? Ja, also ich habe das Item jetzt nicht, oder was? Was du jetzt meinst. Dann kriege ich diese Box. Jetzt mach ich jetzt einfach die Side-Stories einfach, Sub-Stories. Scheiß drauf. Ja, okay.
So, what'll it be? Anything else?
Goods.
What am I gonna do?
Is everything all right, Goots? You seem more discomposed than usual.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm in a bit of a muddle. Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble, and she's...
It's all right. You can tell me.
There was a trader came by. one of our usuals, like. Said he'd heard some rotten rumours about her down Dalimil way. Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she's fond of a chance to make a coin or two, aye, but she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not the kind who go hurting people who haven't done out. I wanted to ask her about it myself, but I'm scared she'll give us a tongue lashing. She'd never give your tongue a lashing, though, would she?
Don't worry. I'll speak to her.
Oh, thanks, Clive. You'll let me know what she says, won't you?
Of course. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding.
Uh-huh. Amazing. Wait, what's here? Off limits. Yeah, come, whatever. If I'm already standing here.
Lady Karen. How's business?
How's business?
Not nearly as foul as the weather.
You're doing good trade then? Both in and out of the hideaway?
Can't complain. Wait, what exactly are you getting at? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care. But here you are today, raking me over the coals like a bloody popoto.
Just
for what?
Asking. Out of interest. All right. I'm here because I was told that certain rumors
The voice acting
have
is
been
nice.
circulating about you selling weapons to brigands.
Oh, are you? And who was it who knows me so well as to tell tales of my evil exploits?
I didn't exactly hear firsthand. All I know is that someone in Dalimil has been spreading word to that effect.
And what? You believe it? You think I'm profiting off the blood of innocents, do you? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye to the wretchedness of the world so I could line my pocket. But that woman is no more. And you'd know that if you'd ever paid the slightest bit of notice.
You're right, Lady Karen. I apologize. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
Aye, it was. Now, I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing your do-gooding finger at a poor old woman.
Of course. Good day.
What? What is this
I
sub-story?
spoke with Lady Karen.
What did she say?
That the rumors were unfounded. And that I was a fool for thinking they might hold any truth, along with some other things that made her feelings clear. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regretted in her past, she says those days are behind her.
Oh, well, that's good. I knew Nan wasn't caught up in out bad. But why would people say she was? What did she ever do to them? It's not right.
No, it's not. But people do things for all sorts of reasons. Perhaps we'll never know.
Well, I'm going to find out. That trader, he said they were all talking about her in Dalimil, so that's where I'm going. I'll find someone who'll tell me, you'll see.
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever's spreading these rumors means Karen ill.
Oh, right. But that's why you'll be coming with me, isn't it, Clive?
I suppose it is.
Oh my god.
Seems the hideaway is lost
blasted,
it.
but... Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it.
Huh?
I need a hand with a recipe.
What you want, man?
You sure it's me you're looking for? I'm not much of a cook.
Buff.
I'm all the cook will be needing. Thank you very much. What I want from you is a little of your time, right? Oh, and perhaps your sword. You remember Ivan's stew, right? Well, despite the look of the thing and that awful stench, people wolf it down. So I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself.
Had a peek at the book and gave it a go, but, well...
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped? Yvonne had the same problem.
Yeah, but this is my blooming kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing favourites, I suggest you lend me a hand.
I've never been one to play favourites, Molly. And I would be only too happy to lend you a hand. So, what's on the menu this time?
A fried mortress of skyworm. That's one heck of a name, innit? Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like myself. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were. At least I hope they're not, given the rancid mess they made.
Yvonne said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries. Who's to say the ingredients even exist anymore?
Wow. That's a question for a scholar, wouldn't you say? Perhaps you know of one? Kindly old fella who haunts the shelves, maybe?
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpocrates. Perhaps he'll know something. And if he does, I'll see if I can find your ingredients for you.
You do that. Lest we forget, you've got a reputation to uphold.
What is her problem?
Is a storm coming, Sid?
Lawsman Harpocrates. I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind. It's about the book you lent Yvonne.
Ah, Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage, a classic. One of my favorites, in fact. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope we shall be able to sample more such marvels in due course.
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm livers and drake's mint.
Ah, so the fabled Sandbricois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The descriptions of fried mortress never fail to make my mouth water. Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern, their ground livers being the paste from which the mortress is made.
Dragon livers. How very Sandbricois.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern, said to be the very color of the sea beside which it resides.
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the drake's mint?
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance, a herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding them. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the
I think I'll do these substories, and then I think I'll end.
Fried mortress of skyworm is undoubtedly a typical dish.
I want to finish them all.
Meaning that if I find one,
So when I start next time, tomorrow maybe,
to Northreach then.
to continue the story.
And do save me a bite once the dish is complete.
Okay. Wait, is there one more here? Oh god, there's one more here. Hey.
Sid, perhaps you can help me solve a mystery.
I can certainly try. Who's gone missing this time?
It's not who, but what. Mid-scales. The ones she made for her workshop. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson, well, they vanished. My first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, they swore they had nothing to do with their having disappeared, which almost certainly means they had everything to do with it.
Perhaps a visit from Sid will jog their memories.
I think it just might. Thank you. I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. But if they have, I'll have no choice but to discipline them accordingly. They were in the atrium when I last saw them. As always.
Uh-huh. Cool.
The girls here can have Otto and Gab.
should do.
Sid! Hard at your studies, I see. And what is that? It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not. Oh,
And just how long hasn't it been one?
we're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Middledore.
Dismembered? What?
Miss Middledore? Why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Middledore said, the best way to see how something works is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well then, your work is already half done. Carry on.
About that.
The taking apart was easy enough, but
Ah,
can't work out.
I see.
Speak
Long
for
day.
yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we? All right. Everything here was once part of Miss Middledor's scales. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is just as important as the others. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles might be. You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else. But what of the others? This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look much like an arm.
you're right. It looks more like a wing. Like a chocobo wing.
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid? Will you teach me to ride one day?
I'll think about it. Now, what do arms do?
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too.
Good thinking. You're on the right track. These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers.
Bangers?
These aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing stuff. But what if I wanted to weigh goods? I don't think you'd fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn. This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear. Have you ever seen one before?
I have. Miss Middledore's dungeon is full of them. Most are on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin round and round and round and round and...
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
Not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing it before lunch.
You know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea. You see? It's not so difficult. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do, what do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. Or wings, if you're a chocobo. And then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good. Let's see if that works. There. All finished.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me how.
That's right. We're Miss Middledore's hairs.
Her hairs?
Yeah, hairs for the future. She's showing us her secrets now, so we can help out the hideaway when we're older.
What do you think, Sid? Are we almost ready?
With a little more help from Miss Middledore and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that? It won't be long.
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it? Do you?
So, what do I do now?
Didn't happen to forget anything, did you, Sid?
Go back, okay. Okay, I might end it actually after this substream and I'm getting tired. Getting sleepy, I can already tell. Whatever, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll just play on, just gonna finish this one. I can't. I can't!
Did you see that? Tell me you saw
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be...
Well, did you solve the mystery?
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea, although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know how busy you are. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs. She'd have them follow in her footsteps. And her father's.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope. The very last thing war can be said to do.
Which explains her heir. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful.
Nice to... Okay, that was all here. There are 3 more that I can't do. Can't do them. Oh, that's it. Makes it even easier. That means I can't do anything else besides story. Oh, nice. That's perfect. That can happen. Okay, then I'm gonna save anyways, because I can't do anything else besides story. Cool. Rogue and Dagger.
It's like a dream. The 4 of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Canva was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
What about no? And we'll do some sub-stories.
The bandits, maybe. Look what they've left us.
It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
The gentleman of the town guard was...
Could be I know something.
Clive, listen! I found someone who says he's heard the rumours about Nan.
Have you?
Go on. Tell him what you told me.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever'll pay her price, be they knight or knave. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged, the more call for swords and spears. And who will they all turn to keep them in steel? Why, the good Reaper herself.
And you've seen this Reaper at work?
Aye, it just so happens I have. You'll find her right here plying her trade most days.
Here in Dalimil? Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market, but if you're not the patient type, you can probably find her at her storehouse on the edge of town. But it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular nest of vipers. Feeling bold, traveler? I hope so. For your sake. Now, if that's all, I have places to be.
Sorry to have kept you.
Okay.
You don't think Nan's the Reaper, do you?
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places at once.
Eh? What do you mean?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks. So who has been running this stall he spoke of?
Good question. I'll go and have a look.
And I'll visit this storehouse on the edge of town.
All right, but be careful, Clive.
Okay.
You too, Goots.
Nah, I forgot all I want. Oh my god.
The gentleman of the town guard.
Mummy.
What a mess.
Let's go.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Oh wait. Shit, I'm wrong.
That'll do, girl.
Ah, you can go this way. Okay, it's not that much wrong.
You fought very bravely.
We would have been lost without you.
Knowing that you would have all been there to pick us up if we fell, gave us more than the courage we need.
The safety of the town is in our hands.
Good girl. Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it? Thought I might have laid it on a bit thick.
It was a fairly unconvincing tale. So, what now?
That's up to you. Die a slow death, or a quick one. Boys, he's all yours.
Ey, Maut, was läuft? Ich hoffe, dir geht's gut. Ich meine, ein paar entspannte Nebenquests. Boah, die ganze Zeit schon drauf gewartet. Endlich wieder Nebenquests. Okay. Oh yeah. Hab's vermisst. Was? Oh Mann. Jo, bei dir? Nicht nochmal hin. Ja, das stimmt. Da gebe ich dir recht. Mir geht's gut soweit, danke dir. Immer noch ein bisschen müde vom Wochenende. Aber ja, soweit geht's mir eigentlich ganz gut. Ja, ich weiß gar nicht mehr, wie das in 15 war. Das ist so lange her. Hab's in 15 Nebenquests? Doch, aber ich habe nur Hand auf. Ja, genau, die Offline-Session. Ja, war geil. Ich war ja schon mal bei Momo. Das war ja mein zweites Mal bei ihm. War schon lustig. Aber ich war echt kaputt. Ich bin ja 5 Stunden hin und 5 Stunden zurückgefahren. Bin am Samstag 5 und Sonntag wieder 5 zurück. Nein, am nächsten Tag. Seitdem, ich habe auch nicht so viel geschlafen da. Und dann nochmal gefahren. Seitdem habe ich ganz rote Augen. Wie nervig. Obwohl, ich bin nicht mal müde, aber es ist einfach so, keine Ahnung. Mein Körper hat sich noch nicht regeneriert irgendwie. Ja, genau, alleine. Bin am Stück, 5 Stunden am Stück gefahren, hin und zurück. Das ist auch anstrengend, also alleine halt. Nicht alleine fahren ist nicht so anstrengend, aber halt, wenn du auch keinen hast zum Quatschen oder so, schon anstrengend. So. hast keinen zum Quatschen, du hast nur deine Musik und das war's.
After what she did, it is only right. She ruined my life and the lives of countless others. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a crime, and I will not allow it to continue.
Deswegen eigentlich habe ich nur 4 Stunden bis dahin, aber ich hatte immer Stau. Ey, das muss ich mal testen, ob ich mein Auto mit Discord verbinden kann. Es gibt ja dieses Smart, wer heißt denn das doch am Auto? Smart Car, keine Ahnung, wie das heißt. Weiß nicht, ob Discord aber geht. Wäre lustig. Weil ich kann ja auch Anrufe machen. Über mein Auto. Dann kann ich ja auch frei sprechen. Vielleicht geht ja auch Discord. Was geht, Will Smith?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the pair of you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you slinking off together? Well, the whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalimil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in my fairy years came to mind, though it was
nicht viel bei dir? Ach, auch nicht viel, Bo. Bin müde von Arbeit und von der Autofahrt noch von am Sonntag. Ansonsten, ja, soweit alles gut.
What was it we called you? Wet legs.
Aber ja, ich hatte eigentlich nur 4 Stunden Fahrt, aber ich war in 4 oder 5 Staus. Jede Ausfahrt Stau. Mein Navi sagt, Routenänderung, um Stau zu vermeiden, mache ich into nächsten Stau. Handel. Richtig cool.
Fuck! You great galoot! Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet legs. You remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye. Wise words, Sam. Wise words. And now, it's time to collect.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Is he...
Dead? No. But I reckon he wishes he was. It isn't easy going through life one eye short of a pair. After all, I should know.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same routes. Said I'd stolen from his
Was du im Turnier?
I've done nothing of the sort.
Meinst du bei Momo, oder was? Oder was meinst du im Turnier?
So took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, his clients. Always knew he'd be back one day to claim his
Gegen die 5 Stunden.
But he crossed a line,
Ich war ja bei Momo.
into this. It didn't hurt you, did it?
Immer das Wochenende. Und ja, die haben halt so Turnier untereinander gemacht. Aber ja, ich habe jetzt nicht so gut gespielt.
What if he does? Best we take the other eye, then we work our way down. He'll learn his lesson soon enough. But something tells me the Wet Legs has learned it already. Right. Let's get you back to the hideaway. You've attracted quite enough attention already. Ta-ra, Clive.
Ich war Vierter. Ich hab gegen Ranger und gegen Mosquito verloren. Hold on, this mission is not even over yet? Oh my god, Bad Blood, what is that? Which mission is that? That's a new mission? Whoa. Oh my days. I'm not gonna do anything that other than sub-stories today, I think. Only sub-stories. Sick.
Nothing like a dish of cold vengeance to foul the gut.
I'm sorry, Nan. I didn't mean to make things worse. I just thought I had to protect you. Like you've protected me.
Aye. Well, someone had
Einfach 4 Stunden.
Your parents certainly didn't give a whit for your well-being. Reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not taken you on. You've always been me right eye, Goots. And I'd have you stay that way. So don't you dare go looking for trouble again.
Well, I will. If you ever need help, I'll do it again and again, and you can't stop me.
Why, you big lump. Fine. Play the hero if it makes you happy.
Thanks, Nan. I won't let you down.
GZ, ja, danke.
There's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
Ja, ich hätte gern gegen ihn gespielt.
But if he's ever to make his own way in life,
Der war schon nicht schlecht. Aber ich glaube, der hat keine Ahnung von Geese. Oder weiß nicht, wie viel Ahnung der wirklich über Geese hat. Ich glaube, so krass wäre das jetzt gar nicht. Aber, keine Ahnung.
Don't think I didn't appreciate that.
Of course. His family.
Stop it.
Einfach ein Tekken 3, Tekken 5 Legacy Turnierspieler. Krank. Das ist schon krank, Alter. Sieht man auch nicht so oft. Oh, okay. Ah, wait. Ja. Also er hat natürlich nicht so die krassen Fundamentals. Also nee, Matchup-Knowledges. Okay. Gott sei Dank. So, er ist halt, es ist halt so wie soll man das ein bisschen erklären? hat halt sehr krasse Timings und sehr gutes Gefühl oder sehr guten Playstyle für First 2. Aber er kennt natürlich jetzt detailliert nicht die ganzen Frames. Hey, what's up, Pagani? It's been a minute. Yeah, I haven't been streaming that much lately. That's true. I think when was my last stream? Thursday? I can't remember actually. Where's my sub-story? Question. Ah.
My lord Marquis, it is you. Then you received my letter. I am Sebastian Rutherford, chief steward of your lord uncle's estate.
Of course. We met once before.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, since I Friday I was chilling, and on the weekend I was not home, so
I did not mean to offend. I merely...
It's all right.
I had no other time to stream.
I am here at Martha's Rest, at the behest of your lord uncle, tasked with learning what I am able of the realm's current state of affairs. And what I have learned is grim. The fall of the Mother Crystals has left Storm in a state of utter disarray. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. Akashic attacks, once unthinkable, are now commonplace.
Yeah, I played Tekken 7 offline with some Germans. It was pretty cool.
And without a steady hand on the tiller, the realm threatens to drift into utter chaos. Your lord uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and is determined to see it set in motion.
That sounds like quite the undertaking.
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues.
Yeah, it was fun.
The 7 high houses.
Only thing that was not fun is driving 5 hours to get there. I've never been as mad as that time driving. People just can't drive at all. I don't want to say I'm a good driver, but holy shit. People just can't drive. It's actually insane. People can't drive. Oh, so much unnecessary dumb shit. Oh well. It's all good.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down. I suppose I'll start in Dalimil and work my way east.
Yeah, no, France was fine. Really, there was nothing like... Okay, France itself was a bit annoying, but like, the drive to France was fine. What is here? Off reach. Let's do this first, because this is first fighting. I'm just doing all sub-stories at the same time, I don't care. But yeah, I only had 4 hours to drive there, but it went up to 5 basically. Just traffic jams just killing me. I was driving into like 4 or 5 different traffic jams. I thought I'm not gonna lose my mind. Yeah, it was above Cologne, even further than Cologne. And like driving not across Cologne, but like around Cologne was just not fun. As much as I like the city, but I hate driving there. I hate it with a passion. It's so dumb. I wish I wouldn't need to, but it's what it is. Das wissen wir alle, Bro. Maven ist dumm. So you know the routes. I still use my navigation. I don't know where that is.
Find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. That's enough to spot.
Okay, so what exactly am I searching here for? Do I know? Ah, this is the wyvern. Okay. Hi.
This must be our wyvern. All right, let's get this over with.
Timing has to be pretty late with the dodge timing. Yep. Yeah. Boah, 50k damage, sheesh. Pretty good. Gamescom, yeah, of course, bro. Me going Gamescom, yeah? Hell no.
That's the wyvern's liver.
Okay, I
Now I
know.
just need to find the herbs. Bright
I know.
yellow with a heady
I know,
scent.
Kazukulas going there. I'm not gonna be there, no. No time. Just gonna guess here, maybe? Yeah, Tekken 8 is the... I don't care. I don't need to play Tekken 8 there, to be honest. Since I already know how the game feels like, I would rather play that at home. So I'm not desperate. Shit. Didn't have the time. Huh? No. Come on. Here. $69k. Nice. Yo, Duckbull, was läuft? Alter, dein Maul. Punching with full meter ball, oh, it has to be full, man. Max damage, you know. Optimal. And shit. Know your combos and shit. Oh no, it's not here. It has to be somewhere. On the coast. Oh, wait. Oops. I should just read what it says maybe next time. I killed him for no reason.
I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe.
Online aber nur. Ja, ja, online. No online. Optimal damage, 58 damage basically. Oh wait, wrong main. Yeah. Don't know what to say to that. My eyes are hurting.
So, did you have that word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever. He told me exactly where to look, in fact.
Da gehe ich Mainstage weg, ist weil Jiff ein neues Wohnzimmer. Boah. Ich habe doch nicht umgezogen, ich weiß noch nicht. Ich habe noch nichts gefunden.
A herb known as Saint's Bonnet.
Ah, wyvern livers,
That's
was
what we're
it?
going for.
Well, at least it weren't actual worms, I suppose.
Ja, das stimmt.
You stay
Das
right
stimmt.
where you are. I've got some cooking to do. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they
Ich
were
habe das
on
Turnier schon
about.
öfters gewonnen. Ich glaube 4 Mal oder so. 3, 4 Mal. That's
And
it?
here we have it. Fried mortress of
This
Ivan's
is
offered to
so
make sure
stupid.
it's fit for consumption.
And rightly so.
Komm, Schnauze. Hell's Gate gehört mir, falls. Hell's Gate ist... Oh, Hell's Gate ist meine Stage, Digga. Ich bin Djinn-Spieler. Hast du diese Stage gesehen unten Tekken 6, Digga? Komm her, Bo. Sie spielt ja nicht beim Evo oder Tekken 2.
Not fit for consumption.
Keine Zeit. Bin da Vollzeit am Arbeiten. Keine Zeit für so Sachen.
Of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet
Ich hatte jetzt eigentlich nicht vorgehabt zu kündigen für Tekken. Das ist das Dümmste, was du damit machen könntest. Deswegen.
it is a tour de force.
No bueno.
A force of nature.
Komm, halt einfach. Ja, ja, ja. Ah, Männer. Wie lang kann man denn über Essen reden, Digga? Jetzt werde ich sauer. And visited the barber just noticed? Yeah, I had to. Clean cut, fresh cut, you know what I mean? Okay, I'm going this way. Okay, we have 2 more sub-stories. One that is here, another one I haven't started yet. I think I would never see the day I'm skipping.
It's not going to be easy finding one man.
I skipped it because it was super necessary. Like,
Let's hope someone here's seen something.
it's not like I missed anything. I just talked about how good the food is in 10 different ways. Was arbeitest du denn? Ich bin im Einzelhandel tätig. Best future would be partying for this. I don't know. But why him? But why him? Exit camping on shoreline. Well, shoreline, more like snoreline. Let me tell you that.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told
Interchange.
you I have nothing.
Interchange hat er mir auch versucht beizubringen. Er hat gesagt, dass es richtig gut ist vom Loot her. Aber wir wurden da nur gefickt. Du musst uns carryen, Maus.
These men are trying to rob me.
I'll deal with this.
Ich danke dir, Bro. Vielleicht Tekken 8, Bro. Vielleicht Tekken 8. Vielleicht ändert sich was im Leben, wer weiß. Ist halt alles scheiße. Ich hätte gern mehr gezeigt. Ist halt, das hält alles auf.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to your
Sind halt super schnelle Runden.
Oh, you're more than welcome to.
Fürs Camping und vor. Yo, what's up, Future? What's up, what's up? Tschüss.
expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but these were men of the fist.
Much has changed in the Republican army.
Oh,
since
Maus.
they lost their rock.
Wir müssen zu dritt Team machen.
Many times. I was sent
Ich habe
here to
gedacht, er
observe the
carried
situation.
mich in dem Game, aber er wird absolut gefickt.
He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but a whole regiment. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in a cell.
The captain is no more, and his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free, only to be stopped again by those soldiers you so kindly dispatched.
What of the Fist's central command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their ranks.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital and hunkered down behind her walls. Those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but themselves.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria. It's not safe here.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
Not at all. Now, to find this second associate of Rutherford's. If he was bound for Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I can pick up his trail.
Northreach. Okay. Okay.
There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere.
Let's go.
It's so hard to find official soundtrack for this game because nothing's on YouTube, or like only the highlights are on YouTube and the rest you just can't find it.
What happened here?
If you're with the others, they've already relieved me of my belongings.
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here by a man named Rutherford.
And then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane of House Wellesley.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time since last I saw my great-aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, she is. The Lady Dowager has granted me leave to assist your Uncle Stuart. I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some villagers being robbed on the road here.
Bandits?
They looked more like field hands, but it didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims, but all it earned me was a pommel to the temple.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. I'll take care of them. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach. Visit the Vale. Tell them I sent you.
Thank you. I shall. Founder be your shield.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
Oh, they didn't come far then.
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Shit. Didn't see that. Eee. No. Was? I touched Aaron. 51k.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, traveler.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to make for the Vale.
And stand by, as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive. And I'm fine, which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't even send out patrols. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to transport the grain. The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight break out over a crust of bread. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it. They were probably just desperate.
Rockford, listen to me. If you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
Of course. I shall return to Northreach right away, but allow me to thank you first. Had you not happened along,
Don't thank me. Thank Rutherford. It was he who sent me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a Bastolus as soon as I'm able. Good day.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. If it isn't already too late. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
Okay.
I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders, and with it, a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigations, thanks to you.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must work quickly. And we must work together. Such is your Lord Uncle's wish.
As it is mine.
Cool. Yay. Breath of light. Cool. One thing I want to check is if there are any more hunt missions before I continue.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Dun, 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 dun. Of course. South of Tabor. One mission, south of Tabor. Weird that this mission is not here, like, on the thing. Or is it that? Ah, it's that. Okay, never mind, never mind, never mind. I was like, why is it not on my map? But it's still there making. Yeah, south of Tabor. Could still be here, and I would not know. Yeah, it's tough because probably somewhere where I haven't been yet. Let me quickly check. Even though that's kind of cheating, because normally you would not know. 16. What's it called again? The pack. Oops. Dun, 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 dun. Where the hell is that? Oh, yeah, I couldn't do it. I can't do it at all. It's like here. Okay, just continue the story. Just continue. Oh, I can't miss it. So I just can't do it yet. Okay. Yeah, I can't go around. It's okay. This game is still really long.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they will allow it. The echoes have a will of their own.
Uah. Was ist denn ohne L? Ach so.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade.
Imagine Leo Reveal.
But with better manners.
Leo Reveal in Köln. Üff. Das wäre heftig. Könnt ihr euch vorstellen? Obwohl. Weiß nicht. No leaks. Wieso Leaks? Hat nur Leo gesagt, weil Leo Deutsch ist. Und das Köln ist. Nein, die haben auch Lilly in Frankreich gezeigt. Das wäre gottlos, wenn nicht. Ich glaube nicht, dass bei einem deutschen Turnier irgendein Charakter kommt. Da ist jetzt Mary dabei.
Where are your comrades?
Ja, Mann, Leo.
Ether flood up ahead. It swallowed our camp while we slept. My own men did this. Turned every last one of them. There's a village not far from here. Tabor. The people were kind to us. It's only a matter of time before They won't stand a chance. We can't let those monsters reach the...
I'll go. You catch your breath.
Thank you.
Hm. Musst du langsam.
Encampment is up ahead. Just off the track. They must not reach. Tabor. Forgive me, Lord Kuka.
Lol.
Rest well, soldier.
Ja, das Spiel soll ja auch das Jahr rauskommen. Wir haben schon nur noch 4 Monate. Also. Warum kann man einfach nicht ein Release-Datum geben? Das ist irgendwie Trend im Moment. Kotzt ein bisschen an.
We can't go around it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
Good. I got here in time.
Let's go. Oh, 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 oh. What the fuck? Ja, tschüss. Okay, dann one. Ja. Cool.
Is someone there? Please, I can't move my leg.
That doesn't sound like an Akashic. You're with the battalion?
I am. I heard the fighting. Are the others?
Taken care of. One of your brothers in arms told me what happened and asked for help.
Another survivor? Where is he? Tell me.
His wounds were too deep.
He was right to send you. Those things you slew are no longer my brothers. Tabor is safe thanks to you. Here, you've earned it.
Hey. Right.
You seem familiar. Have we met?
You must have me confused with someone else.
That scar. Son of a whore. You're Sid. I was there. In Cosmos when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith when you killed my commander.
My war with Hugo Kupka is over. I bear no ill will toward those who followed him.
And what of my ill will? Coward! Draw your steel. Lord Kupka shall be avenged!
When your wounds have healed and your head has cooled, come and find me if you must. Though I hazard your life would be better spent in service of those who need it. Or have you forgotten your oath to the Republic?
My oath? What would you know of oaths?
I know how hard they are to keep. Which is why I'm giving you the chance to keep yours.
No. I won't be deceived. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are an outlaw. A murderer, not some...
Berliner Text Stage.
Like you or anyone else.
Irgendwie nicht, ne. Kann ich mir nicht vorstellen.
But if you're not gonna kill me, then go. Leave! Just know that I will find you, Sid. Someday.
What's the issue with him? Can be lucky I spared him. I wonder what happened with the other option.
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us.
True. Machen die bestimmt nicht. Warum auch?
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yotei, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yotei has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yotei. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yotei and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloeda Knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
Who?
Are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses are
How can they still like introduce so many new characters so far into the game?
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce.
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
Not quite. How dare you?
Distinguished members of the council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The king! He has come to save us from the Akashic.
Looks like Clive, almost. Clive too.
From the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools. Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough.
Tschüss. Tschüss?
Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city. Her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn.
Inexorably? What does that even
He
mean?
is made welcome.
Inexorably?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, what?
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
Unerbittlich. Unaufhaltsam. Ah, okay. Okay. Okay.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed?
I'm
Based
sorry.
on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
Okay.
By the flames.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominants, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it, like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yote.
Let's find our friends.
Okay.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
It's fine. 2 new sub-stories. Oh, you just...
Take a look at my wares.
In this game, you don't do anything besides sub-stories, I swear to God. As much as I love this game, but... You know.
Fine choice.
It's okay, it's okay. We'll do them. Obviously.
Is that blade for hire, perchance? Because I have a mind to make a killing.
Figuratively, I hope.
Well, yes and no. A passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade. That an elder Dread Evis had been sighted in the fields of Korava. Dread Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive to maturity. But those that do develop a hide of phenomenal value.
A hide you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted into marvels the likes of which the world has never seen. Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged beast, now that would fetch such coin that Gilbert himself might weep with envy. Bring me that beast's skin and I will share with you the bounty of our combined labors.
All right.
Of course you will. Leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovany, I eagerly await your safety.
Okay. Okay. Wait. What? Oh.
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases.
You! finally. And no one was paying me the slightest heed.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would hang on my every word. Sadly, this far from home, I'm just a vagrant greybeard.
The university? You're a scholar.
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most accomplished in all Valisthea, some have said. Not that I look the part in these tattered rags. In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my studies. Yet here I am, a wizened windbag, bested by the many steps of Tabor. The answers I seek lying just beyond my enfeebled reach. Would you do an old man a kindness and brave the stairs in my stead? You'll be amply rewarded, of course.
Climb the stairs and
Memorize a few inscriptions for me. Assuming you know your letters, that is. Some courteous soul is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich history into stones dotted about the village. 3 of them, to be precise. 1 each to the north, south, and east. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle I've been pondering for some time. Namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people. People quite unlike those of neighboring lands.
I can't promise I'll remember everything perfectly.
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the domed pavilions, and you'll have no trouble finding the stones.
Wow. Amazing sub-story.
Careful how you pack that leather.
What is here?
It's been hard to find since the sky's turned.
Okay, nothing interesting. Here's one.
What golden plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder?
Have you noticed the elders?
That was north.
Not a scratch on them.
So it's these stones to Canva and the rest of the boxes.
Okay.
Why won't the sky go back to how it was?
This one.
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals.
That Cyril fella's an odd fish, don't you think? How are those new boots treating you?
They're fantastic.
Ah, this one.
Soft as phoenix down.
Okay, that was all.
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
Okay.
The engravings were in good repair considering their age.
Oh, what that I could have seen for myself. Come, don't tease me now. What did you learn of this place and its people? Let's start with the engraving to the south, shall we? What did it say?
Ramana. What? I don't know, man. Crystal.
Guardians of the Crystal, the first stones of Tabor. Sacred hold thy noble blood, till ends the mother's labor. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Fascinating. It would seem the founders of this city were descendants of those fallen charged with protecting the mother crystals. But whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charges, I wonder? The engraving to the north is next, I think.
Ach du Scheiße. I think this one.
Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past, and make these rocks a home. Or, I think that was it, at least.
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor its guardian roots could never account for. This is proving most enlightening. Now, for the final stone.
Boah, I don't know which one it is.
Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her gracious hand. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding peoples. The final piece of the puzzle. 3 engravings. 1 for each of the 3 peoples to have settled Tabor in ancient times. Guardians of the Mother Crystal, wanderers from across the plains, and last but certainly not least, hunters turned farmers. Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Those roots reach down through 3 distinct traditions. Nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars, given that the stones stand here for all to see.
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Too many by far. Here, and thank you.
Wow, what a side story, sub story. Okay. Oh my god, how far? Wow. Let's go all the way there.
Let's go. This won't be easy.
Okay, almost there. Ah, there he is. Okay. Hi.
Old he may be, but it looks like there's still plenty of fight in him yet.
Yeah, nice, amazing. What? So quick. Great. Ava skin.
This thing reeks. The sooner it's off my hands, the better.
Okay, that's it. Hopefully.
Here's your hide, as requested.
I worried you might never return. Quickly, let me see it. Oh, as supple as a maiden's cheek, yet as adamant as her virtue. This is everything I had hoped for and more. Clearly,
Wie alle Nebenquests fertig. Du meinst jetzt quasi? Oder meinst du den ganzen Game jetzt?
To have bested the beast with nary a scratch. Join me as my honored partner. With my means and your might.
Jetzt im Moment. Ach so.
Wealthy as the merchant kings of Zemeckis.
Ich habe alle Sidequests gemacht, dann bin ich in diese Stadt gekommen, hab hier eine Viertelstunde Main Story gesehen und dann wieder 2 Sidequests gemacht. Was ist das?
Here, for the hide.
For the hide. The Heidi. Okay, nice, amazing. That was all for now. I mean, all missions. Amazing. Oh. I don't want to spend it because I don't know for what. Don't see any like points like useful. Don't know. I'll wait. Oh. Ja, das ist echt krass. Der Kontrast ist echt heftig.
Cyril, how fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Assassin's Creed?
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix, and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield
Digga, muss alles mit Tekken
appear
verglichen
to
werden.
be collated and catalogued.
Just how
Das
many
ist unnötig.
Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix.
Guck mal, das ist Leo aus Tekken.
Has
Oh.
never been our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token. For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you, if there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
To Canva, then.
We'll talk about this later.
Oh, okay, I can't.
Will seem very
You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
Bedfellows.
The free cities under siege?
Okay. Moment. Hold up. I need to check something.
Are you sure this is the right way, brother?
Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, we're almost dead. Hey, what the fuck? Impossible to dodge. Tschüss. Wow, their combo was crazy, man. They attacked at the same time. It was just natural combo.
Shouldn't have messed with the leader of the pack, eh, boy?
Hey, boy. Okay. Jetzt habe ich alles Substories durchbohren. Jetzt können wir Main Story wieder machen.
Let us be rid of them.
Okay. If. Wow. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Neue Sidequest freizuschalten. Ja, Mann. Handel. Das wollte ich schon die ganze Zeit machen. Das ist so geil. Was willst du noch mehr im Leben, ey? So geil. Wer braucht diese Shotlocks? Diese Parries? Was brauchst du das, Alter? Okay, Parry vielleicht noch. Mit Titan.
Clive. Smoke.
Ja, schon geil. Okay. The fuck?
The free men are still holding their own then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
Okay. Okay. Hä? Nee. 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 Halt's Maul. Ich hab 10 Minuten Story gemacht. Ach du Scheiße. Okay. Ah. Das kannst du dir nicht ausdenken. Okay. Ja, cool. Speaking about sub-stories. Das ist so schlecht. Ey, die übertreiben jetzt aber echt. Nur damit ihr Spiel lang aussieht, Alter. Ich fick wieder.
Ah, Clive. Just the man I was
Ah,
hoping to see.
natürlich, ja.
And why is that?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residence here after the Akashic attacked? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems their barracks in the Lazarus have been lost to an ether flood. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay. I ain't daft after all, but we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chocobo pens. I'd build 'em a new barracks here if I could, but where would I put 'em? There just ain't enough room up here on the rock, which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people we're counting on to keep us safe are living like beggars.
I see.
And it ain't just that lot. There's bears to think about too. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, coming from all over looking for safe haven, but there's only so many we can shelter with the room we've got. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need is a new home for our new arrivals, and that's what I was hoping you might help me with. If it ain't too much of a burden, of course.
It's no burden.
Thank you, Clive.
So, where were you thinking of making this new home?
Well, I reckon we could do a lot worse than Eastpool.
Eastpool. It's been a long time since I thought about that place.
It was a tragedy, what happened. And if any of us could have done anything to stop it, we would have. But what's done is done. And
What you've
those
done is
who lived
done.
there wouldn't have wanted the village they loved to be left in ruins.
I suppose you're right.
The blight might be pressing in, but I reckon it's got a good few years left in it yet. There's just one problem. A band of cutthroats have made it their den. And they don't seem like they'll be moving on in a hurry. Nasty bastards they are too. I've lost some good men to their raids. Would have sent someone to clear them out sooner if my boys didn't already have their hands full fending off the Akashic. But now we've got a few more Guardians of the Flame to call on. I reckon it's time we made our move. What do you say? Fancy leading a raiding party?
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved. I won't have bandits sully those memories. I'll gladly drive them out of there.
And I know the men will gladly follow you. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how we might be able to win the place back, and I dare say he's got some ideas of his own too. Why don't you go and talk to him?
Of course.
Final Substory 16, man.
Back to Eastpool.
Substory Fantasy 16.
Let's hear Wade's plan first.
Final Fantasy Substory.
So Wade, it's good to see you well.
And you, Lord Rosfield. And you.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to free Eastpool and make it your own.
That's right. Though it was mostly her idea. I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since joining us. Not to mention each other's. And then there are the bearers. Men and women who found the courage to flee their masters and sought refuge here. We need somewhere to settle them. And I can think of worse places than Eastpool.
As can I. Which is why I agreed to help you win it back.
That's very kind of you. I'd be most grateful if you would. With you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of rogues...
Yo, KTP, what's up? How's the game? Game's awesome. Amazing game.
Thankfully, there aren't too many.
It's just
fewer than a dozen at our last
very long. I've been playing this game for quite a while now. I'm in like 40 hours now. That's really fun. If you like hack and slash, bit fantasy, a bit RPG vibes, you'll like it as well. It's a really good game. It's a good mix of all. Can't tell Platinum Games have their touch on this.
The Akashic are the bigger risk. I can handle a few bandits.
Well, if you're sure, I shall summon my men at once.
Bandit
Shall I wait for you here?
No need, my lord. You go on ahead. We'll be with you before long.
All right. I'll meet you at Eastpool.
We shall see you there. And may victory await our coming.
Okay. Here? Travel to Obelisk. The Tormentor. Okay, let's go. Bring it on. I'll destroy you all.
Who the hell are you? Kill them! You will leave this place.
Or face the consequences.
Burn.
That's the end of that then.
Oh.
Or maybe not.
What are those?
What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter.
Oh wait, I remember this. This was a hunt mission as well. But I'm broke now. Take this. Bam! This game is sick. This game is sick. Can't lie. It's pretty cool.
Any more surprises? I'll take that as a no.
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching. I thought you were keeping an eye out for a Kashik.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road, then arrived just in time to see you slay that... whatever it was.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though I expect you and the Guardians will be up to the challenge should another appear.
I would hope so, my lord.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here, I assume. It might be best to send word for them to come right away. Before any other unsavory characters move in.
Of course. I'll send orders for them to depart immediately. Leave it with me, my lord.
My lord.
Home. Without masters.
No. We're the masters now. Our lives are our own at last.
That's all of them. And not a single Akashek in sight. Now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards having their wicked way with the place. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in the fire or burned by the bandits, that is. It'll take a bit of elbow grease. But we'll see Eastpool rise again. Just you wait.
So wait. Lady Hannah is buried here, if you don't mind. I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts. He should be a part of this.
Of course. I couldn't agree more.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived safely. If you need anything more, you have only to send a Stolas.
And we will, my lord. Safe travels.
Eastpool lives again.
Let's go and tell Martha the good news.
Okay. Oh mein Gott. Werde ich heute noch Main Story sehen oder nicht?
Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandit. What's all this about? Some shape-shifting night? On second thoughts, it'll only give me nightmares of me own.
I suppose it will be.
What else? Sir Wade said it best. There's plenty bad happened to that place. But that don't undo the good.
Did Wade say that?
Well, something along those lines. Anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool. So the way I see it, neither is mine. If it's food or lumber or strong back...
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you.
I wanted to.
Blah blah blah. Nothing interesting. Okay. 2 more missions. Okay. Map. Yeah, what's up, man? What's good? What's good? Hope you're doing good. Sunbreak. Sunbreak. Come on. Keep up the pace. Playing Skyrim? What the hell? How comes? The game's old.
You know what you have to do. Clive.
Just bored.
I fear that I must bid you farewell. As you know, our time grows short. The Lord Chief Justice's vultures are circling. We must strike now. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally, I trust you, as I trusted your predecessor.
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment, and I understand more than anyone how
Skyrim Anniversary Remastered Deluxe Advanced Remake Edition. I'm dead.
It is the one I found, and it is all that I have lived for since that day.
But what of Lostwing? Everything you've built.
I built Lostwing to achieve this.
Skyrim is like 10. That game is like the GTA from the I don't know what the team was called again. They just milked that game to death.
Children, the elderly, bearers afflicted
And these are only. Why you have to keep this up, man? Okay, too bad you have to tell me. I mean,
But a village
Eliza
home only
term.
to the frail and the infirm is not
Disgusting.
likely to stay a safe haven for long. And so, Clive, I find myself... Will you take them to your hideaway?
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it. The people I speak of have withdrawn to go to...
Understood.
Then the last of my preparation, and may Griga guide us.
Geese player? Yes. Bro, just because I like geese doesn't mean I like Eliza. Or Eliza or whatever. What kind of logic is that?
In Gotan's bales.
If you want us to make a new game, then stop buying Skyrim? Lie. Did he say that? Yeesh. That's funny. I mean, still too deep bullshit? Yeah, but just because I like geese, that doesn't answer my question. Or that doesn't say anything to my sentence. Just because I like geese doesn't mean I like Eliza. Right? Just because I like Final Fantasy doesn't mean I like Noctis and Tekken. Do I?
Everyone. Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can. There's a safe place I can take you to.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks best. Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't for Master Quinton. We owe him our lives. So we ain't about to start telling him what he should do with his. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, it's because he ain't coming back. And if that's what has to happen, then so be it. I only hope he can see this through to the end. That we get to see justice.
Eliza is an original taking care. Oh, no 2D shit. No, not at all.
You lot! Where's everyone else? They ain't already left, have they?
They've gone with Master Quinton.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quinton to call off the attack. It ain't just a black shield protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster. They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message to them, they're all gonna fucking die.
No. We can't let this happen. Sid! Don't worry about us. You've got to catch up with him. We can't let Quinton die before that bastard does.
All right. I'll do what I can. Where is this man?
It's way over to the east, through the woods. Heaven Hall, he calls it.
Promise us, Sid. Promise us you'll do what you can.
Where? Oh my days. Ah. Fun.
Yeah.
Further. Hey.
Clyde, look.
Uh-oh.
Don't tell me we're too late. Quinton, are you all right?
No. But I am alive. Which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me, without question, all the way here. And they died. For nothing.
This must be the guard dog. Quinton, I'll
I'll hold it off. You go.
But
your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain.
I won't.
Come on, then.
Okay.
That is no mere guard dog.
No. It's a rabid beast that needs to be put down.
What the fuck? Oh, quick, tschüss. Come on. What? I parried. Das ist sobald City of Wolves. Ne. Kaufe ich mir nicht. Kaufe ich erst, wenn ich gute Resonanz höre. Ich habe keinen Bock, denen wieder Geld in den Arsch zu schieben. Und dann enttäuscht zu werden. Ich lerne aus meinen Fehlern. Nope.
Is it over?
It is.
Mache nicht den gleichen Fehler zweimal.
And begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear. Just as I dreamed of doing all these years. All my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing. Freeing bearers from their chains.
Sagt der G-Spieler. Was? Ja, das ist ja das Traurige. Das ist ja das Traurige.
But what is this? Justice, my faithful comrades.
Da kommt die Markere 15 an, Alter.
So that I might take another.
Eine Wüste ist das.
Master Quinton! Oh, thank Grieger you're safe.
Könnte ich mal Matchmaking fixen.
You're alive.
And so are you.
Dann geh mal nach Hause, Alter.
I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you about that thing. And I hate to say it, but
Okay, du bist halt auch
there's
echt
more bad
behindert,
news.
Alter.
It's Lostwing. It's been flooded.
What?
Ja, danke, immerhin. Die haben es einfach verbockt.
Lostwing. My Lostwing.
Now it's lost.
And look who's here.
They must
Dark Souls looking
still been
asses.
after we left just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool.
Oh Mann.
Damn it. It's not going to last long in there. Let me finish this quickly. There's more!
Okay. Bahamut! Tschüss. Oh Mann. Okay. Wow.
I need to find Quentin.
Oh no. Ach, komm schon.
Quentin.
Alles für umsonst.
Quentin, look at me. Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here.
Eigentlich kann er gar nicht tot. Der kann gar nicht sterben, weil was, wenn du die Substory nicht machst, dann überlebt er einfach. Der kann gar nicht sterben. Logisch gesehen, oder? Was auch? Aber auch nicht. Ja. Ja, auch komisch, wenn doch.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. Only emptiness remains.
Wann ich auch noch immer ich das jemals wieder spielen werde.
I have nothing left to live.
Müsste ich eigentlich wieder zocken.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that to you, and we all know it.
I thought you weren't coming back. But I prayed, and you did. There's got to be a reason for that, right? Can't we just go back to how it was? You know, you looking after us all.
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quentin. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Ja, spielt das sehr gut.
But it seems your people aren't, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? After what why would anyone follow me?
Because we're family, aren't we?
Family?
Yeah. And all our comrades who went with you, they felt the same. Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing, right here in the Bales.
A fresh start. One life ends, and another begins. Why just a village? We could build towns. A nation, even. What's to stop us?
That's the Master Quentin we know.
Please. I am nobody's master. Quentin will suffice. After all, we are family.
Ah, cool. Oh, God.
Permit me to
I
withdraw
think
my request.
deep into my
I will
chair.
no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf.
Mm.
You saved my life twice over. And more besides.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. Nothing but the best. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage will be the finest yet. If you don't mind waiting, that is.
I look forward to it.
Nice. Hanged. Okay, nice. Boah, ich hab keinen Bock auf Substories, ja. Moment. Was für eine Prüfung. Boah. I have to check something. Before the game says, oh, you have more sub-stories in your base. Just check, you have like 10 more. Okay. Whoa. It had the new logo. And I was like, boah. Please don't do this to me. 9. Wait. No, it's not new, okay. Mann! Zwei Stunden, ich verliere meinen Verstand. Hi. These two.
Your timing is impeccable. It just so happens
Oh,
that right at this very moment, we're in need of someone with your talents.
And what talents would those
Jetzt
be?
verstehe ich.
Why, your fearlessness and your skill with a blade.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Republic, so too did a wave of chaos and confusion. Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the capital's bearers have lost their masters, or taken the opportunity to flee them. None remain free for long, of course. Most find themselves under the protection of the Fist before they get far. But the army too is in disarray, and finds itself unable to provide for its new charges. Which means it has been looking to sell.
And you've been looking to buy, to make sure these masterless bearers remain that way.
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more. And for an attractive price, no less.
So where does my skill with a blade come in?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, we have nowhere to house them. So we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. Somewhere far from the prying eyes of those who would see them enslaved once more. And we believe we have found one. Cashlock. A small hamlet hidden in a canyon. The place was abandoned a long time ago. But when the men moved out, the beasts moved in.
And so we seek the aid of a fearless swordsman to encourage them to look elsewhere. You'll help, won't you?
How could I refuse?
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the transportation of our guests, as we discussed.
Of course. Leave everything with me.
Sounds like you'll have your work cut out for you.
I will. We have an entire village to stock and furnish. Residents and all. Even if I begin right now, I'll be working day and night. So I'd better
Day
get
and
started.
night.
Try to clear the place out before the wagons roll in.
I'll do my...
Scoop.
You will find a village in Chadra's Thread, past Lateney's.
All right.
I'm sure.
Scoop. Where?
Let's go.
Wait. I have the feeling it's this way. No. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
A nice place once.
These again? Okay. Snipe them. Tschüss. I thought that's it. Oh God. Yo, Mojitsu, no, this is the first playthrough. Welcome to the stream. Boo? What boo? Oh, yeah. Thank you for your amazing reply to this chat room.
I think that's the last of them.
I think you're right.
Oh, finally done.
Something the matter, Theodore? Quiet.
Those are our terms.
Or maybe not.
I trust that you will give them your full consideration.
I shall. Thank you.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, no. But enough about him. How did you fare down in Cashlock?
It's done. The village is safe now.
You made quick work of it, as always.
I should go and let Eloise know.
Don't let me keep you. But Clive, don't tell her I was watching her, will you? She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once you've finished with your report.
All right. We'll speak then.
Sus.
Eloise, I just got back from Cashlock. The village should be safe now.
Thank you, Clive. Here, something for your trouble. Well then, now that you have laid the groundwork for our little project, I suppose we'd better finish the job. The first thing we'll need to do is make sure our offer for the bearers is accepted.
You're still in negotiations?
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf, but things have been trickier than we anticipated. I suppose it's to be expected. This is the army we're dealing with. Fighting's what they do, but we shall emerge victorious in the end.
Well, if you need any help, you know where to find me.
I'm not sure I do, but thank you all the same.
Amazing. Okay. Thank you. Can I do story now? Like. Jo, alles gut. Danke dir fürs Zuschauen, Bo. Und viel Spaß beim Lurken. Weiß noch nicht, wie lange ich zocke. Mal gucken. Vielleicht bis 12.
The man I was watching her, he represents the Silver Peak Consortium.
I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, every trader in Dharmekia has. They operate across the length and breadth of the Republic, and they're still expanding. They've been trying to get Eloise to join their ranks for some time now, and judging by her reaction earlier, I'd say she had half a mind to accept their latest offer.
And you'd rather she didn't?
I would rather she did what makes her happy. And I would never deny her such an opportunity. Eloise saved me from slavery. And we have striven to save others like me ever since. But this was not the life my sister wanted, nor the one she deserves. I won't let her give up on her dreams again for my sake. She freed me from my bonds, and she must be freed from hers in turn.
You're a good man, Theo.
I have always been grateful for what my sister did for me, and I want to repay the favor by letting her live her own life But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she turns it down. For my sake.
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different. To show her that I don't need to be watched over anymore, though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time. I trust that I can count on you.
No.
Always.
No.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, I had better get back to work. These bearers aren't going to move themselves. That's a job for the Crimson Caravans.
Amazing. Cool. Actually, I've done it all. Holy shit. All my days into story again. Wow. Cool. Old Canva.
Sounds like thunder.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
Okay. That was interesting. Oh shit.
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled.
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the merchants' district to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the merchants' district, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
Okay. Even fall. I finally some action piece again. Holy shit.
Let's find those survivors.
Damn. Some action.
They don't stand a chance against those things.
Wonder if anything crazy happens now in this part. Is it already time for something like this?
They've been routed. They're wearing wild armor.
What? Give him everything.
Too slow. Nice try.
Lol. Okay. Okay. Bam.
Stay down. What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here.
Looks pretty cool. This area. Okay. Oh shit. High potion. Okay.
That sounded big. Joshua and Jill must be busy.
Okay, let's do it again. It's just too good, smooth. Oh shit. Ooh. Damn, I just used the moves though. Oh well. Oh, nice. Sheesh. Chill.
This is the Agora, where the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside.
Okay.
Where are they?
Ooh, they give you a potion. Has the... Oh.
These creatures. Does Ultima's reach extend this far? What the hell is going on here? Where is your master?
Hmm.
What does he want?
this one. Cool.
You've caused quite the commotion.
Who's
but
this?
Then I would expect no less.
Oh shit.
Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt.
Crypt.
And now you're here. With an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rosfield. They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Stapler of House Harvard. And you will yield.
Damn.
Or not. As long as you don't.
Oh, he looks like Siegfried from Soul Calibur 1. Those kind of vibes. Okay. Ah, okay. 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 Oh my god, too early. Come here. There we go. Oh shit. Cool.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Muthos.
What the fuck? Sheesh.
Yes! Yes!
Oh my god. Oi, 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 oi. Yum. That was cool. Okay.
Nice try.
I had a feeling. Get damaged.
One is seldom enough. Would you not agree? Actually, I wouldn't.
What the fuck? Yo, chill. Chill. What the Yeah, okay. Cool.
Enjoying yourself?
Wow. Too far from. Look, Max. I didn't even see that. Okay.
Let's try.
Crazy.
Thanks, boy.
And that's it. That was fun. Cool. Cool fight.
The vessel is strong. My liege.
Damn. I didn't think he would die though. I thought it's like... Jeez. Just warm up, you know. Straight up killed him.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Oh shit. Oh
So
shit.
soon, Mythos.
Damn. Already.
It's the king. Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
It's time. Oh, he looks cool. It's so cool. Oh, okay.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
All the rest.
Joshua!
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
Holy shit.
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Whoa. What the fuck is going on?
Will he be alright?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
Das ist doch echt, ja. Ich hab gesehen, wie Clive von Odin gefickt wurde. Tatsächlich habe ich doch was gesehen, ja. Das hat sich gelohnt.
Nigh every sinew.
Allow me, your lordship.
Aber nach der Cutscene höre ich auf.
Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
British.
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake. My boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the Royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. Behind here, I wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
No.
What do you mean?
No.
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
Komm schon, Jungs. Macht er nicht den Luna Freya jetzt, bitte.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
Okay.